Hey guys, welcome back. What's going on? Yo. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Hi. What the fuck? Hi, it's me, Yosh. I was live. Shit. Oh, sorry. I am live. I should not forget that. Hi, I'm Yosh. What's up? What's up? What's up? It's me, Yosh. Daddy of the year. Daddy of the year. Nikikira Petucho Para तुमने पता नहीं क्या बोला मैं एक ही किरा हूँ चलना अरे चलना किरा हूँ तो चल Nikki, 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 Nikki. Hi, 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 hi. Stop, stop. That's weird. Data migrations and let's do something like been wasting a lot of time. Damn, I lost 2 subscribers. 2, 2, 4, 5. This week we lost 5 subs. Why? Because I changed my content. Well, that's okay. That's alright. मेरे ख्यालों में मेरा तो मेरा 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 वारा chăm chăm chi charado omara yam dang di dang ding jangu ding jangu ding jangu ding jangu. Okay, hi database migrations. I was actually supposed to use optimistic. Yeah, this is one. We're gonna read a bit about it. Just these two. Okay, these two till here. Yeah, adding optimistic screen action prompts like that. सिर्फ यहीं तक पढ़ूंगा और मजा आ जाएगा मुझे तो। अरे क्यों भाई, क्या बात हो गई, किस वजह से आप लाल हो रहे हो? Pretty weird. Use optimistic value reducer. Call use optimistic at the top of your component to create optimistic state for a value. Okay. Import use state, just like that. Use state that works. Call use optimistic at the top level of your component to create the optimistic state for a value. Optimistic age, set optimistic age, use 828. Okay. To do reducer, you can use that as well. That's like that is optional though. The value returned when there are no pending actions. Okay, the value return. Use optimistic is a React hook that lets you optimistically update the UI. The value returned when there are no pending actions. When there are no pending actions, reducer current state action. Reducer, okay. Current state in action. The reducer function that specify how the optimistic state gets updated. The reducer function that specifies how the optimistic state gets updated. The reducer function specifies how the optimistic state gets updated. It must be pure, should take the current state and reducer action arguments, and should return the next optimistic state. Okay, current state and reducer action arguments, and should return the next optimistic state. Use optimistic returns an array with exactly two values. Optimistic state, okay. Use optimistic returns two values, optimistic state and the set function. Optimistic state, the current optimistic state, it is equal to value. It is equal to value unless an action is pending, in which case it is equal to the state returned by the reducer, okay, or the value passed to the set function if no reducer was provided, okay. The set function that lets you update the optimistic state to a different value inside an action. Set functions like set optimistic state. The set optimistic return by use optimistic lets you update the state for the duration of an action, okay. The set function returned by use optimistic lets you update the state for the duration of an action. You can pass the next state directly. Or a function that calculates it. Okay, like you can do that. Okay, the set function returned by your use optimistic lets you update the state for the duration of an action. You can pass the next state directly, or a function that calculates it from the previous state. So that's a start transition action, okay. Async set optimistic like, we are setting the optimistic like to true and setting the optimistic subs to like you can pass the state directly or use a function that calculates it from the previous state and await. Okay, whatever that. Parameters, optimistic state. Oh, parameter parameter is optimistic state. The value the optimistic state. The value that you want the optimistic state, the value that you want the optimistic state to be during an action. If you provide a reducer to use optimistic, this value will be passed as the second argument to your reducer. Okay, this value will be passed as the second argument. This value will be passed as the second argument to the reducer, and reducer looks something like and that is yeah, okay, I don't have that, but yeah, of course. Okay, like reducer. Okay. Current state. So this value is going to be passed as the second argument and the action. Okay. The optimistic state, the value that you want the optimistic state to be during an action. If you provide a reducer the use optimistic, this value will be used as the second argument to your reducer. It can be a value of any type. If you pass a function as optimistic state, okay, if you pass a function as optimistic state, it will be treated as an updater function. It must be pure, should take the pending state as its only argument. Okay, it will be treated as an updater function. It must be pure. It's pure, like who says that? Pure. Okay, it must be pure. Pure. It must be pure. Pure is fine. Okay, it must be pure. Should take, sounds weird. It must be pure. Should take the pending state as its only argument. Should take the pending state as its only argument and should return the next optimistic state. Okay, if you pass a function as optimistic state, it will be treated as an updater function. Okay. Hi. So this. If you pass a function as optimistic state, it will be treated as an updater function. It must be pure, should take the pending state as its only argument and it should return the next optimistic state. React will put your updated function in a queue and re-render your component. React will put your updated function in a queue and re-render your component. During the next render, React will calculate the next state by applying the queued updater to the previous state, similarly to use state updaters. वो किसी करना है भाई, मैंने तो कभी नहीं पढ़ा भाई यूज स्टेट अपडेटर्स कौन सा हो गया भाई, हटा भाई किसको मैंने तो नहीं करना भाई, देख ले। नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग। Cavities, what is that? Caveats, चेतावनियाँ। Caveats, warnings, caveats, precautions, caveats. The set function must be called inside an action. Okay, the set function must be called inside an action. Okay, this is the set function and it should be called inside an action. So start transition is an action. Start transition, and then again we have a what you call that, callback function. If you call the setted function outside an action, React will show a warning and the optimistic state will briefly render. will briefly render only. Okay, so like how optimistic state works. Oh my lord, he done here. Use optimistic lets you show a temporary value while in action is in progress. Okay, ちょっと待ってね。मेरी क्लिप्स टूट गई यार। Damn, I'm becoming a लड़की। ये कहता कौन हंसता भाई, ये तो गंदा सा मुंह बना के। तुझे पहाड़ पे पहाड़ है कभी तो पास use optimistic lets you show use optimistic lets you show a temporary value while in action is in progress. Okay, so use optimistic lets you show a temporary value. Okay, how optimistic state works. Use optimistic lets you show a temporary value while an action is in progress. So when the setter is called inside an action, okay, that's an action. And when the setter is called inside an action, use optimistic will trigger a read ender. It is gonna trigger and read ender to show that state, while the action is in progress. Otherwise, the value passed to use optimistic is returned. Okay, so when the setter is called inside an action, use optimistic will trigger a read ender to show that state while the action is in progress. Otherwise, the value passed to use optimistic is returned. Value passed to use optimistic is returned. This state is called the optimistic value. It is used to immediately present the user with the this state is called optimistic because it is used to immediately present the user with the result of performing an action, even though the action actually takes time to complete. Okay, so like the state is called optimistic because it is used to immediately present the user with the result of performing an action, even though the action actually takes time to complete. How the update flows. Update immediately. When set optimistic is called, like when it is called, React immediately renders B. It is gonna render B, okay? Gonna render optional await in action, okay? Optional. If you await in React continues showing B. Okay. Transition schedule, set value new, schedules and update to real state. Transition schedule. Okay, schedules and update to the real state. Optional, wait for suspense. If new value suspense, yet continues showing the single render comment. Finally, the new value commits for value and update immediately, await in action. If you await in action, React continues showing the transition schedule. Set value okay, say changes. Wait for suspense. If new value suspense, React continues showing the single render comment. Finally, the new value commits for value and optimistic. Finally, the new value commits for value. The new value commits for value and optimistic. Boom, boom. There's no extra render to clear optimistic. There's no extra render to clear the optimistic state. The optimistic state and real state converge in the same. Okay, the optimistic state and real state converge in the same render when the transition completes. Optimistic state is temporary. Optimistic state only renders when an action is in progress. Otherwise, value is rendered. Like optimistic state only renders while an action is in progress. Otherwise, a value is rendered. If save changes return C, then both value and optimistic will be C, not B anymore. How the final state is determined. The value argument to use optimistic determines what displays after the action finishes. Okay, the value argument, okay, what displays after the action is completed, finishes or completed. How this works depends on the pattern you use. Hard-coded values like use optimistic false. After the action, state is still false. Okay, after the action, like hard-coded values like use optimistic false. After the action, state is still false, so the UI shows false. Hard-coded values like use false. After the action, state is still false, so the UI shows false. This is useful for pending states where you always start from false. Props or state passed in like use optimistic is live if the parent updates is like during the action. Okay, if the parent updates is like during the action, the value new if the parent updates is like during the action, the new value is used after the action completes. The new value is used after the action complete. If the parent updates is like during the action, the new value is used after the action completes. This is how the UI reflects the result of the action. Producer pattern. Okay, items and function. If items changes while the action is pending, React reruns your reducer with the new items. Okay, if items changes while the action is pending, React reruns your reducer with the new items to recalculate the state. React reruns your reducer with the new items to recalculate the state. This keeps your optimistic additions on top of the latest data. what happens when the action fails? If the action throws an error, the transition still ends and React renders whatever value currently is. Since parent typically only updates a value on success, since parent typically updates value on success, failure means value hasn't changed. So the UI shows what it showed before the optimistic update. A failure means value hasn't changed, so the UI shows since the parent typically only updates value on success, failure means value hasn't changed, so the UI shows what it showed before the optimistic update. You can catch the error to show a message to the user. Sorry, I'm just नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग, फोटो में तेरे ऋतु बहारों से ढूंढता, नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग, मेरे संग, तेरे संग, मेरे संग. हाँ. Come on, I do not have storage. I cannot move it to, drive. It's fine. It's all there. Well, I can just click that. Damn, this guy. Damn, I don't want to see this face every time. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग, फोटो पे तेरे बहारों से पूछता, नेकी की राहों पे तू चल. Let's just comment out these images. Yeah. पिंडी मानव, पिंडी मानुष, पिंडी मानुष. नेकी की या Why do I not have a girlfriend? Why am I single? Why am I single? Single, single. Gala, 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 singala. Ole, singala, singala, singala. Sing it, sing it, sing it, singala, ala, 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 re. Ta 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 ra ta na 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 na. Client. Use client, okay. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग, तेरे दिल में हार, कि तू पहाड़ों से पूछ, झूम ले जरा सा झूम ले तू, जरा सा झूम ले तू, जरा सा कहो ना प्यार है, कहो ना प्यार है, कहो ना प्यार है, कहो ना प्यार है। अरे यार कौन करेगा इतना सारा। इंतजार है, आना प्यार है। No, I don't need this action, but like I'm just trying something. Save changes. Oh, what is this? Some kind of tutty, some kind of tutty. What is this like? New value is just b, bro. New value is just b, bro. B, bro. So, oh, hi अक्षत भाई, तू गाने आता है स्ट्रीम पे शायद। ब्रो तेरे को क्या लेना है, हैं? कॉन्सर्ट में है, सुन चुपचाप सुनने का गाना ब्रो। ठंड नहीं बैठती ना मेरे भाई, मैं शुरू से ही बचपन से ही आता हूँ। क्या करूँ क्या करूँ क्या करूँ क्या करूँ क्या करूँ। Oh my lord, are you creating a set optimistic? और अभी क्या कर दिया मैंने? Cannot update optimistic stage while rendering. अरे should I just क्या करूँ यार? एक लोड़ा ले गया यार अपनी फैमिली को आईफोन के पीछे। जिसी कोई कहते हैं इतना बेवकूफ हो सकता है। अब क्या ही बताऊँ यार मैं। ब्रो कुछ नहीं हो सकता। अब दुनिया में हर तरीके के इंसान होते हैं। अब कई लोग होते हैं जो नहीं, वो नहीं समझते, तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं अभी। ऑप्टिमिस्टिक कई लोग नहीं सोच पाते इतना। I saw the video and I think they're like, that was like the father was trying to pull him, but like the guy was dumb. He just pulled back and goddamn, that thing happened, bro. Cannot do anything, man. cannot update optimistic state while rendering. क्या मतलब है while rendering? I mean, I don't need to use this start transition, but okay, sorry. पता नहीं क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं, but क्या? Like you were building a standard React without Next.js server, you would have manually typed a round trigger for this block. You do not need it. I know that I don't need it, but Next.js automatically wraps the entire submission in there. Should I put them inside? Hey, यार क्या है मैंने क्या ही बना दिया. I mean, I saw the different angle. The mother was pleading and begging, and all the father went to pull him, but the dumbo pull his father instead. The mother jumped cause Nah, क्या ही बताऊं यार. क्या ही बोल सकता हूँ मैं इस पर. He was standing on the edge though. Come on, यार. They are all gone now. Did any of them survive, or they all lost their lives? Did anyone survive? I don't think so. That was a very high cliff. एक तो ये ब्रैट्स हाइप और पीयर प्रेशर में ऐसा काम करते हैं और शो ऑफ एंड ऑल. I mean, समझ में like like किसको नहीं चाहता कि कौन नहीं चाहता कि मेरे पास आईफोन नहीं हो या फिर जो भी चीज़ मैं चाहूँ मेरे पास नहीं हो. बट एक बार खुद के पेरेंट्स की तरफ, खुद की फैमिली कंडीशन की तरफ भी देखना पड़ता है. Nah, man, have you saw the height from which they feel ain't no way they're gonna survive? No, I saw it, but like I only watched the video for one time and then what can you do, man? It is what it is. It is what it is. यार एक तो इसको करा दो ना मेरे को. We see humans' greed never ends. There are a lot of things which a human desire. Even I desire so many things, but I can't just go straight to my parents and ask for it, even though they can't afford it. इतना ही आईफोन का है तो बीसी मेहनत कर काम कर कहीं और ले ले। बीसी ज़रूरत घर वाले पूरी करते हैं, बट जो अपने शौक और डिज़ाइर्स हैं खुद ही पूरे करने चाहिए। Yeah, that is true. That is true. Even like, मेरा है ना, मुझे पेरेंट्स से खुद के मोबाइल के रिचार्ज के पैसे मांगने में भी शर्म आती है मुझे। तो जहाँ तक हो सकता है, जहाँ तक मेरे पास पैसे होते हैं, मैं खुद का फ़ोन का रिचार्ज भी खुद से ही करता हूँ मैं। And like when it comes to like I don't have money and I just need the internet, so that's when I go to my parents and ask. Yeah, like I've started to understand like they have brought me like to for like 25 years, and now I'm all grown up, so I should look after my own expenses. Like I just try not to ask anything too absurd from them, and I just don't want to burden them. But if it's something that I cannot do, then that's the only time when I ask my parents for it. And for the phones, I can justify spending more than 50. I mean, like, I don't know anyone, but for me, I just use phone to just call someone. The rest I do on my PC and laptop. That's why using a 10K since 4 years जब तक चला रहा, मेरा काम चल रहा, जब ज़रूरत होगा ले लूँगा. Yeah. I mean, like, I also have a Android. I'm also using it for many years. It's gonna be almost 2 years now. Yeah. Like for phones, like I also wanna have a good phone with good camera. Like I really like cameras, but like I know that Androids don't have good cameras, and I just cannot ask my parents to give me money, give me 1 lakh rupees just so that I can buy an iPhone. He copied the theoretical example and documentation pasted directly into the main body of the component. Here is the architectural reality of how you accept the space between new block and return statement is called render phase. The space between new block and return statement is called render phase. When React loads this file, it executes every single line in the space from top to bottom. As fast as possible, calculate what HTML to draw on the scheme. Because you put start transition, set optimistic, and set values floating completely naked inside the space, you gave React an impossible command. You told to change the data while it was still in the middle of calculating the initial. So if React allowed this, it would trigger an infinite loop: render, update state, trigger, new render, update state, crash. React's engine detects this paradox instantly and throws you an error. You cannot mutate state during a render phase. Okay, first render, then we mutate. I think he was a spy. Oh no. Yeah, I mean now we can just make assumptions. Like, you don't know what kind of person he was, and neither I, so can't pass on comments. But yeah, just whatever happened was very tragical. Yeah, it was sad. By the way, तूने स्टडी कर लिया क्या आज? मैं खाना खाता हूँ. खाना खाने के बाद I try to do my Anki cards, and like करते करते 20-30 करता हूँ मैं cards, and then I start feeling after like 20-30 cards on my Anki, I start feeling sleepy, and then I just hear like for 30 minutes or 1 hour I'm just sleeping on my in front of and here, like here right in front of my PC, and yeah. Hi Enfield, what's up? What's going on? What's up, Gambala? What do you call a gambler in Korean? हाँ की तो थी, but आज late हो गया. I started like at 2, then guest arrived. Yeah, but yeah, I did study all my domains like DSA, web, and Japanese, but not for much long. Like minute was 1 hour. Walking outside and touching grass. Who's walking outside? Come on, isn't that your office account? How can you walk? Do you use iPhone? Of course, he's American, he uses iPhones. Yes, he uses iPhone. Bro. Good. People are dying cause of, families are dying here in India cause of iPhones. Durmukun. Latest one. Durmukun. What's up, gambler? Durmukun. No need latest iPhone. Damn, every day is connected. Like today, a whole family died because of iPhone 15. You can only mutate state in response to an event. An event is specific isolated moment in time, space, cost. So why, like, should I just paste it over here? That wouldn't make any. Oh, हैंच क्या है? Wide as. No. Sorry. It's not a lol. It's a true story. Not everything is a lol. You're getting cancelled now. Yeah, iPhone lover. What's with that Akira Kurosawa filter? Today is special. Today something new, not special, but yeah, a new change. We needed some change. Why do I even go outside when it costs money to breathe? Start streaming. When you go outside, start streaming. Stream your whole life. You'll make money. then it won't cost you anything. Yeah, you'll earn by living. Look at farm action feed block. That is where an event happens. Your street mutation logic cannot float in the void. Yeah, it cannot. It must be locked inside a handler function that only fires when the regarding your comment about transition, you are correct. This is a raw test run to understand the hooks engine. The React docs show it because this is the foundation mechanism. When you even wire this your Next.js server in your form, the frameworks handle the transition wraps automatically, but testing the raw engine first is exactly how a senior engineer does. I will not try and take the entire strip block, pull it out of the bare render piece, wrap it inside a standard JavaScript function designed to be handled as designed to handle a form submission or simply button click for your test. Okay, like bah. Here हो गया अभी. Monetize everything, eating, sleeping, showering. Yeah, you can monetize everything, you know. I am in my 20s. Damn, 20s. Enfield XD. By the way, I'm curious, like, if Enfield is like of our age or some man in his 30s. No, he's not that old. He's like he's older than you, and older than me, but no, like maybe he's like 28. I think you said 28. I'm 25, so how much older than me? Yeah, this guy never tells. So yeah, wrong question. Not a boomer, by the way. You are a boomer. Losing 30K. सलमान शूट के पहले सारे क्रू को गाड़ी देता है. You are correct. This is a raw test. Understand? Wrap it inside a standard JavaScript function. Okay. देखी किला हो पिक्चर बता रहे What am I doing wrong? Which lacks return? Return my shit. Oh, अरे क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? Okay, let's do this. Optimistic. I don't know what I'm doing, but please. I'm a noob. Okay. Boomer. क्या कर दिया मैंने? Cannot find I. तो I किसने बोला? Not callable. Typhoid has no call signatures. How do you even make it? God damn it, I forgot everything. By the way, I feel is there any future for CS programming and tech? Like, who are you asking? He already quit CS. I know, I wish. I ain't doing that shit. I thought you work in tech. Yeah, I am. But it's cooked though, man. AI will easily replace what I do. What do you do? Unless you are 5 at like Akshay. Akshay. Mama. Is it right? Is it all right? Let's see. Cannot update optimistic state. Like, what should I do? Mummy. Can you please make my an optimistic state update occurred outside a transitional action to fix? Move the update to an action or wrap with start. मैं पता नहीं क्या कर रहा हूँ. Please. अरे क्या कर रहे हैं? Nah, bro, I barely have like 2 or 3. 5 at Big Brains. Oh. I do IT analyst. Damn, must be making bags. Nah, man, I thought I told Akshit what I do. Damn, he is in his 20s and already losing memories. Better tell your AI agent so you can remember. Who's losing? Akshit? By the way, how is your Japanese? Do some output and feel you're waiting for your Japanese output. I don't know. Few weeks ago, I read that some of the USA employees are like very angry about so many Indians getting jobs in tech in US. Good for you. Only one line you imported a highly specific complex engine component from call start. Online you wrote you created a brand new custom function and gave it exactly the same name as the अब यार ये क्या है? This expression is not callable. अरे यार मेरी गांड कॉल कर लो. हमारा क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं गंदा. Rename your handle test click. Okay. I'll just do this, okay? Handle test click. Inside your newly named handle test click function, you must call the actual. Arey. Oh. March the Shrunk has implicitly any. तो मैं क्या करूँ? अच्छा इसको अरे इसको भी करना पड़ता है क्या अभी क्या कर दूँ? क्या करते हैं? कैसे करते हैं? यहाँ करूँ क्या? अरे यार एक तो है ना. कौन जना करता है? ना डायो. बारे. God damn, I'm so dumb. Okay. I just remember that you work in tech, but the rule you didn't tell me. Oh, a lot of them are mad because they suck and can't compete. They are blaming Indians because their CEOs are blaming you guys. So they need an excuse. CEOs blaming Indians. But if am I not wrong, many of the companies Silicon Valley's got Indian CEOs, and if Indian CEOs blaming Indians, that's hilarious though. Sorry, I meant to say politicians are blaming Indians. Makes sense. Yeah. I like, like Indians have been there for a very long time. They have been working in the tech, but like it's all the politics. So that's why they made it harder to get the green card in the US. Gotta gatekeep some. Gotta gatekeep some other else. I can just pull it out, but then it'd be like it is going to show that for that reason I would need to like an optimistic state update occurred outside a transition or action to fix move update to an action or wrap it. Yeah. But we don't do that. Like that's fine. That's how much is enough. Okay, we were just testing shit out. Okay, I was reading this. Okay, note and this, and that's it. So मेरा है ना, मैं यहाँ तक पढ़ना है मुझे. तो एडिंग नो, मुझे क्या पढ़ना है? What should adding optimistic state to a component, and using optimistic state in action props. Till here, Alice. Mama. Like adding optimistic state to a component. You being American yourself, do you also feel frustrated by America? Same with how the US politicians are making it easy to pass classes and graduate people. Usually Asians are at the top, so their white people can compete. But I could keep. Why do I care about Indians taking my job? Everything you do, there always be a Chinese doing that thing better than you. सलमान और शोहल मुझे दबंग के टाइम मेरे भाई को uses adding optimistic state to a component. Call use optimistic at the top of your component to declare one or more optimistic states. Optimistic is that, okay? Just like that, and then use optimistic returns an array with exactly 2 items. Optimistic state, the first is optimistic states initially set to value provided, and the set function that lets you temporarily change the state during an action. If a reducer is provided, it will run before returning the optimistic state. Okay, it will run before if a reducer is provided, it will run before returning the optimistic state. And set to use the optimistic state, call the set function inside an action. Actions are functions called inside start transition. So start transition, set optimistic age, and yeah. Okay. Well, that's why I'm trying to make trading work out for me, so I can just hire Indians to work for me now. Joking. Hire Chinese. Maybe you are a Chinese. Maybe you are Chinese. Hire yourself. Damn, what it takes to be successful trader. Of course, man, they'll do a good job and cheap, so yeah, hire slaves. Time has changed and the terms are changed, but slavery, they say it's gone, but Americans still like to hire slaves. Americans were buying slaves in old times, now they hire slaves. Americans are never gonna change. Find a strategy that you can replicate over and over that make you consistent profits, and you have not find that strategy yet, so yeah, you are not making money. And that's the truth, like it or not, you ain't making shit. I'm just kidding. Actions are functions called inside start transition. Yeah, try to improve your strategy, okay? Get upset and invent some strategy that you can become a millionaire. They should really pay Indians more though. Mama. To use optimistic C, call the set function inside an action. Actions are functions called inside start transition. सलमान की एक नाजायद औलाद डेली रहती है, सलीम के पूर्वज छोड़ थे। अफगान में घोड़े की लीद उठाते थे सर, इनको वापिस टट्टी बैठाने के लिए। ये तो हमारी उठवा लो। अरे क्या है, actions are functions called inside fast transition. React will render the optimistic state 42 first while the age remains the current age. The action wait for post and then renders the new age for both age and optimistic age. But I think Indians only work for cheap when they are seeking experience, but once they are experienced, they charge good. Not true for every Indian, but most of them they are doing now. I mean, as a like when people are just entering this, this industry, and when they just want to change their lives, they are just looking for opportunities. We have like a lot of here, we are a great number. So yeah, just Indians are just looking for those opportunities, and when they get it, they just don't care about the money, and if they are getting paid pennies or but once they get the experience, and yeah, after that they just go higher and higher. Yeah, React will render the optimistic state 42 first while the age remains the current. Okay, React will render the optimistic state 42 first while the age remains the current age. The action await for post then renders the new age for both. Okay, renders the new age for both age and optimistic age. I just need to be stupid enough to think I can make money from trading. Maybe one day it will work out. Who knows? Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it will work out. It will work out, man. Hire a quant dev. Only he can calculate some shit for ya, and it'll be expensive. When using action props, you can call the set function without start transition. When using action props, submit action. Okay, you can call this set function without start transition. Like when using action props, you can call this set function without start transition. Okay, without trans transition, this works because action props are actually called inside start transition. Bro, I have spiders in my room. One is here. You see that? See that? Spider-Man is spider. It just lives on my lamp. I just don't want to kill her. Fine. Get a small loan from a bank and hire a quant dev. Hire like 20 guys and go to the bank and and come out of the bank with a lot of money stuffed in bags. That's the fastest way to getting rich or going to heavens. When using action props, you can call the set function without start transition. Yeah, this works because action props are already called inside start transition. Action props are already called inside start transition. For example, use optimistic state in action props. Using optimistic state in action props. In an action prop, You can call the optimistic setter directly without start transition. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, सलमान ने पीकर मुझे माँ बहन की गालियाँ दी, जुबान इतनी गंदी की जैसे जुबान पे कितने डंडी रख दिए। कहता है तू और तेरा बाप बाथरूम साफ करने के लिए रखता हूँ। ये कब Just read more, lol. Like name, set name, name and set name. Like the action goes to set name. Action. Optimistic state. Async function submit form data. Like that's the use optimistic hook. Gadi. That's the function submit async function submit action. Okay, form data. Const new name. Const new name. Form the data get name set optimistic new name. Okay, set optimistic new name to new name, and then const update name, updated name. New name set optimistic, and then actual action we are doing over here. So update name, await for the updated name. Okay, and start transition and action. Start transition, action, update, form, action, submit action, submit action. And optimistic name is over here. And update gets updated. Make a YouTube video titled Going to Japan and Pick Up 10 Cute Girls and Buy Them Fantasy Dinner. Easy views. Yeah, I will keep investing and trading now. For that you have to go to Japan as well. And I can just go there in my dreams. Not too many people making these. If Yoksh makes something like getting pegged by my Japanese girlfriend for 10 hours straight while I'm doing hockey, feel horribly. True. Yoksh will take a private jet. Buy me tickets. I'll go there. I'll do the challenge. Hi. Disabled. Name not. Well, disabled. इसका मतलब क्या है? अच्छा, disabled. Name. Not optimistic name. मतलब somebody fucking fix this mic, Arjit Singh. What do you mean? This mic? My mic? Okay. Okay. This meme, that meme. Lol. Somebody fucking fix this mic. Why are you lolling? Do you know that meme? If you know, then you are Bangladesh. You're from Bangladesh. Akshit should start a company and hire us. Akshit. In this example, when the user submits the form, the optimistic name updates immediately show the new name. Optimistically, while the server request is in progress, when the request completes, name and optimistic name are rendered when the when the request completes, name and optimistic name are rendered with the actual updated name for the response. So yeah, I got the idea, got the MVP, just need initial funding. If someone can fund me. If someone can fund me. Ooh. Shit. Dang, Yoksh is desperate to know what I am, where I live. Yeah, what you are? Shit. It's been 2 years. Tell me what you are. Yeah, I be real wild nowadays. You wanna be a what? Bro, I just wanna know where you from. As you said, you speak 3 languages. You know, like one is Japanese, one is English. Then what's your parents? What language does your parents speak? Your parents speak. Sorry, I don't swing that way. You don't have to swing anything. I ain't asking for it. You can dream. He just wanna know where are you from. If you tell him you are from a country in top 3 GDP, he will try to hit on you. Bro, he's from America. But come on. Like my guess that your parents are Korean. That is my guess. True lol. Shut up. I think he is from Earth. Eat shit if he is. Why does this need start transition? By convention, props called inside start transition are named with action. Since submit action is named with action, you know it's already called inside start transition. In this example, when the user submits the form, the optimistic name updates immediately to show the new name. Okay, when the user submits the form, the optimistic name updates immediately to show the new name. Okay, immediately to show the new name. Okay. While the server request is in progress, when the request completes, name and optimistic name are rendered with the actual updated name from the response. Okay, when the request completes, name and optimistic name and where am I going? When the request is complete, name and optimistic name. When the request is complete, name and optimistic name. Okay, name and optimistic name are rendered with the actual updated name. So yeah, the name, they're rendered with the actual. What is this action though? Oh man. Okay, dang, it sucks that I would have been an alert a half millionaire if I didn't trade and just invested my money. So sad. Yeah. Even still, even still, you can use your money. If you are actually wise enough. And if you don't, then let's go. 2 years from now, you'll think the same about now. 目利きなおピクチャーわからないかってさおとととろとのはうつたはうつれた目利きなおピクチャー Did you guys see that? But I did that, I wouldn't be here. Damn. You wouldn't meet me? Or shit. Shit happens for a reason. Yeah. ये पूरा खानदान बेवकूफ से भरा है इन हराम खोरों को लगता है धरती सबसे बड़ी है और दुनिया में अबे अकल के अंधे घर के नाम तो गैलेक्सी रखा है और इतना भी नहीं पता Yeah, who knows, man. I know how I got here, Lamau. Yeah, I want to know. How did you find my stream? And why did you start commenting on my streams? Why? Let me just pull out your old chats. I'm gonna expose you. Nice internet. Wow. George Washington. Hamid's English name is probably John. That's your comment. Before she shoots, Yogesh will shoot his shot. At least now you know to code Hello World 8-hour stream. Sheesh, of the coding session. It's an AI. Seem a lot. Damn. Day 461. Of a Japanese in the US. Are you planning on going over all the reviews? Lol, you went outside. Sheesh. It's a weekend. Oink, oink. I don't know, man. Damn. What you find good about my stream so that you started commenting on my streams? Damn, you that's your first let me show you this. ですね。ですね。Okay, let me show you this. Let me see if I don't have anything. Good. Here. Okay, that's your first. What an interesting website. Reading time. Dang. By the way, did you get email from the internship? What? Nah, it is not. It's not the first one. It's not the first one. Nah, it's not the first one. It's not the first one. Yo, what app is that? Yeah, it's not the first one. I thought it was the first one. Actually, the thing didn't load the history also. I think I saw how hardworking you are with those daily streams for so long. Damn, it's kinda cool. You can read old comments. I mean, yeah, but not all the old comments. I tried to find it, but no, I mean, yeah. Like, You have been coming to the streams for a long time, so even YouTube doesn't wanna keep that long history. Sheesh, I want to see when you came first. सोहेल बचपन से ही कूदे वाला बनना चाहता था। कूड़े कूड़े वाला हमसे पूछो तो हम बताए। मलाइका और अर्जुन ने अरबाज को लतेरा लतेरा था पटक पटक के। सलीम कहता जावेद ने मुझे धोखा दिया। अबे तुम लीड उठाना मेरी। ये मुद्दा क्यों उठा रहा? कूड़े garbage. हाँ कूड़ा समझा। Damn, can't believe it's close to 2 years and I'm still broke. It's so good, man. Yeah, and I'm still here. I'm still here. Damn. And I'm still not in Japan. That's no use, man. And Yoke still single without B. Yeah. Not a B, not a she. But who knows, man. I only have a few months left to end the year with a banger outcome. Damn. I also had like New Year's goal resolution that I was going to learn 30,000 words. But I quit Anki for Japanese and then mama. Let's just try to focus on getting a job instead of these. But I will learn at least like 40 to 50,000 words in Japanese. What's your and your goal? Akshay. You know, like I have my goals over here. Akshay, I don't know Akshay about. Even like I have one more goal, like I earned $10,000. Shit, how many words you have under your panty? Under my panty. Actually, I think around. I don't know, like I have, since I'm not doing any Anki anymore, reviews and all that, but when I stopped, okay, at that time I had like 10,000, 11,000. Now I don't know because I've forgotten many. But yeah, if I do a lookup, I just know it. Yeah, so you can say, you can say, I wanna get a good fine job. Well, that's my goal as a well. Damn, I have like DSA 300 problems, dev project, Japanese videos, earn $10,000. Goddamn, 30,000 words. Even writing kanji, and I don't have that much time. Fuck. Oh, that's way possible than me making profits. Ask Akshit like what is he doing with this? 1 second. Oh, me in action. Then action is over happening over here. This is the action. And the action just setting. 10k rupees or 10k? Not per month. 10k dollars for this year. And like, yeah, man. Well, I set this goal in January, so I thought maybe I'll make my app, but it's a lot of learning, so earning 10k dollars from my app, but overall total, not 10k rupees. What the fuck? 10k rupees? That's nothing. It's only possible if Yosh gift his ass to rich kids of America. Nope, I'm good. He didn't mention the method to earn those 10k, so yeah, I think this would be the method. Yeah, of course it is. I made that much in like 10 minutes and then lost it all next day. That means it doesn't matter. Damn, better prepare that beauty, homie. Why you after my beauty? My beautiful... Come on. It feels weird. Implement this into your application. You must bridge the gap between your React client and your Next.js server in your implement housing like button. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल का संग आईडी होती है ना, इसी को बनाना पड़ेगा. That is very fast. It's called a paper. When you chew it, you can make balls. Not the balls that you are thinking, but the balls. Damn, better prepare that. Sell his ass to rich white girls, Lamau. What they gonna do with my ass? Huh? The girls. Say sell my D to the white girls, but ain't nobody taking that. Nobody gonna buy that. I don't know, man. I need to find someone. Pa. You see how poor Indian is? A man in front of you eating papers to fill his belly. So sad. Please donate to me. I will pass on to him this voiceover. Yeah, of course you will. I heard somewhere that Akshay earns, $600-700 from one project. Yeah. Poor soul. The component housing your like button must have use cloud at the top. Okay, let me do it, man. I'm talking too much. Client, and when the server renders the page, it must pass the real number of likes from your near database down into the client component as a prop. This is your ground truth. When the server renders the page, it must pass the real number of likes from your neon database down into this client component as a prop. This client component as a prop. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल। अरे बैठ दो, पर्रा बैठ दो, अरे बोला बैठ दो। तो यार तुम लोग पैसे तो देने वाले हो नहीं, बकलोली करवा लो बस। कोई स्प्रेड नहीं। I wish I had time to, you know, to pull out your chats, but nah. Dang, Akshat is dang. The site he's making really look worthy of $10K, ain't gonna lie. God damn it. I haven't done shit. Blog title, author. What is that? Cannot read properties of undefined query. It says that I need to. That is going to be blogs. So यार मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या कर रहे हैं। Your parent is going to ask you to work for any company soon. Look. I know, man. Database down into this client as a prop. Am I not getting it? Let's search param, search promise, start, title. At the top of your component, you initialize the real number of likes passed from the server. Why am I so dumb? Why did you take CS as Yoshi? I mean, your handwriting is good. You can be a good logo designer. God, I can't watch people eating his shirt poor, so you should do UI UX designer. Come the fuck on, man. You guys. Barre. I hate it. Fucking I hate it. While I'm learning, I'm trying to learn stuff, okay? You know, you. This thing in need of type shine. Let's go. This is a React server. This is a React server component. It runs exclusively on the browser. In Singapore, it uses async interface to talk directly to Neon page. Blog page. Come the fuck on, I'm just trying to learn, man. What is a nani now? But he means dumb shit in his regional language. I just searched. So he called us. Huh? Bare. Ah, bare. Are. No, it means oh my god. Yeah, it means oh my god. Shit. Mare. Streamer is mad. Yeah, I am mad, okay? I'm not able to do anything, man. I'm just keep asking this AI. It's okay. I'm just learning, so I cannot just know everything, okay? Even my React is shit. Come on, yeah, you guys are making me now, like, you know. Man, I'll get good at it. I'll just get good at it, man. I know I'm not good at it, but I will. Fuck. This is a React server component. It runs exclusively on the voice in Singapore. It uses async a way to talk. Syndrome at 4 a.m. Damn. Sleep. Bro, I have not done anything. Top 10 movements when streamers went to fuck. Bro. Here is the immutable. I'm not a fucking streamer, okay? Streamers get money. I don't. My streams don't even make a penny. What you talking, man? Here is the immutable law of Next.js. You cannot use React hooks. Use state or use optimistic inside a server component. Hooks require a browser window to manage memory. The server does not have a browser window. If you try to slap use state at the top of the block file, the entire application will crash violently. Why? Because a client component cannot. Okay, here is the immutable law of Next.js. You cannot use React hooks, use state, use optimistic, use effect inside a server component. Hooks require a browser window to manage memory. The server does not have a browser window. Okay, the server does not have a browser window. If you try to slap use client at the top of blog page file, the entire application will crash file. Like, for that reason I could not. Why? Because a client component cannot be an async function, and a client component cannot securely run a database direct database query like get blocked by Vietnam. He gives himself money. God fucking damn it, I'm just gonna give myself money. Oh man. Too bad I'm out of my membership gifts for today, for this month. Next month, top 10 streamers who disses their viewers like there's no tomorrow. Yosh 1.28. Viewer to Ichika. Ichika-san, why are you into CS? You could have studied anything. Ichika. Oh, nice question. I will answer it. Le Yosh. Dumb shits. Get off. Don't fuck with me. Bro, I have two people who just come and reach beat me, and Ichika has 50 to 100 people watching her on every stream. What are you comparing me with her? God fucking damn it, I ain't a... Come on, if you try this lab, the entire application will crash violently. Why? Because a client component cannot be async, and a client component cannot securely run a direct database query like Git. Okay, to use optimistic, you must physically isolate the interactive parts of UI from the server logic. This is the core architectural pattern of client boundary, the new file. Like, yeah, so there's an air. Sorry, Allah. Okay, oh, ma. Lol. Hamido is probably a tier 3 membership in HCast channel. Yeah. You people always talk about money. Oh, I lost $1,000, $2,000 in trading. One is like I make $600 every week, and then you guys ask me to gift you memberships. You shit. and then this Hamido guy, look at him. If you haven't called Hamida or haven't made his wanted site, you could have had 3 viewers by now. What is the collab with? When is the collab with Ichika-san? Never. Me talking about losing $1,000? Nah, man, I'm broke. Man, whatever. This new component cannot. Okay, wait a minute. The client boundary, the new file. Create a brand new file, reaction buttons, and put the client, use client at the top. You guys are watching me for 2 years now. Come on. Give me a break. You're comparing me with other streamers. Bro, they have 50, 100, 200 viewers. Come on, I have 2. You constantly reach beat me. Where can I create? We were comparing. I'm sorry. Oh, you were not. Here to Ichika-san. Ichika-san, why are you into CS? You could have studied anything. Ichika, oh, nice question. I will answer it. Le Yugs. Dumb shits. Get off. Don't fuck with me. What's that? Technically, yes, you could put reaction buttons.ts inside the ID folder. The Next.js app router is designed with safe collocation. It will ignore any file that is not explicitly named page, layout, or route. However, we do not build technical functions. Technically functional architecture. We build enterprise-based systems designed to scale. If you had a repository to a senior engineering team in Tokyo and they see UI components buried deep inside dynamic routing folders, it signals a junior level of organization. You are mixing UI logic with routing configuration. You must separate your visual assets from your route definition. Execute this structural pipeline. The global directory. Create a new folder. Name components at the absolute root of your project on the exact same level as app. Oh, wait a minute. create a brand new folder named components at the absolute root of your project on the same level as or inside src if you are using src dictionary. And I am not really that. Okay, I think I can use that. Create a reaction button file strictly inside this component folder. I'm still learning, so yeah. D. What is D? It's not good. What is D? Ichiga chan. So why can't you make another instance of that variable? Why can't you use constant place of var? Like Yokshat. Salman 17 साल तक मिस्टर होता था. सलीम भी तेरे से पूछ क्यों वो? All the cute anime girls I have been following, I will never know how they look like and if they are actually cute in real life. Ah. But you follow me, you know my face. You know it from the starting. What am I doing, man? Yeah, so don't worry. Don't worry, be happy. Who knows? He will be handsome. True, lol. Yeah, who knows? And feel thinking, oh, I followed a streamer, and then that streamer turns out to be a guy. It could be a guy in real life. Yeah. तेरे संगू. My website is very fast. तेरे संगू. इतनी सी हंसी, इतनी सी खुशी, इतना सा टुकड़ा चांद का, बाबू के दिन को पे. File inside this mirror. When you go back to app blocks ID page, you will import the extracted UI cleanly using your project path alias. At the root, this habit is mandatory for tilting winner. Dabe paw se, I hale. जिंदगी थोड़ा ना भी होगा थोड़ा. This new component cannot talk to the database, so it must rely on server components to hand it the data. So this new component cannot talk to the database, so it must rely on the server component two-handed data. Set up a client component to accept three prompts: blog ID, initial likes, and initial dislikes. Am I forgetting? I'm using TypeScript, right? So, shit. Type like you do like that, right? Blog ID is going to be a number. Oh, okay, I thought I forgot. Initial like is a number. Okay. Initial dislikes. Also a number. What is that? Even Ichika-san seems like Ichihiro. Ichika-san could be Yush with a voice change. Nah, he typed really fast. Shit. Mama. I think a lot before typing. So inside reaction button initialize your use optimistic. अरे यार वो कहाँ है? Bro, am I forgetting? How do you log ID, and then that's not how we do it. Fuck. Blog ID. How the fuck do you destructure? Blog ID, initial likes, initial dislikes. Okay, Fuji. Who's here? Akshat or Enfield? Seems like one is gone. One guy's dead. Enfield? Is it you here? Maybe no one. は、いいか。いいぞ。いいぞ、森くん。いいぞ、森くん。あ、थोड़ा सा ऐसा भी होगा थोड़ा ऐसा भी होगा मुझसे I will just do this, yaar. दब गया आसमां दब गया capiche boom capiche जादू तुमसे ये कहे पता नहीं मुझे क्या पता तुम्हें ये बात हमसे पूछो, बातें करना कैसा लगता है। ये हमसे पूछो, बातें करना कैसा लगता है। ये हम तो पागल हो जाएंगे, ऐसा लगता है कि प्यार में तेरे इंतजार में, ओ तेरे प्यार में, तेरे इंतजार में, मेरा आने में तेरा नारा, तेरा प्यार, तेरा प्यार, जान सनम, हमारा मान सनम, हमसे पूछो, बातें करना कैसा लगता है। हो जाएंगे, ऐसा लगता है तेरे प्यार में, तेरे इंतजार में, ओ तेरे प्यार में, तेरे इंतजार में है दीवानापन, दीवानगी। मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं यार सू चुकाऊं। I always sing this song every morning. Every morning. अगर तुम कहो मैं कोई ऐसा गीत गाऊं प्यार सू चुकाऊं, अगर तुम कहो पल के बचाऊं ऐसा गीत गाऊं। हाँ, जहाँ तुम कदम कदम रखो, जमीन को आसमां बनाओ, सितारे से चिराओ, अगर तुम रहो, अगर तुम रहो, अरे दुनिया के पीछे भागू, तुम्हारे हाथ में ना आऊं. You will feed it initialize props at the ground, still inside the client block. Write the form handler function when the like button is clicked. First, fire the optimistic trigger to instantly update. मेरी ज़बानी एक परी की दास्तान या मैं करूँ. Inside the action when the shell is optimistic, you will feed it. तुमसे बयां क्या मैं करूँ तुमसे बयां के राजा से रानी मिली थी के राजा को रानी मिली थी कहानियाँ तारा टिकरुरुरा तारा ला ला ला. ज़मीं को आसमां बनाओ सितारों से चिराओ अगर तुम कहो अगर तुम कहो ओ आ या ला या अली या अली या अली. Guys, shorty. Optimistic said optimistic lie optimistic said optimistic. पल के बचाओ ऐसा गीत गाओ जहाँ तुम कदम कदम. You feed it initial likes. Inside reaction button initialize your use optimistic here. You feed it initial likes prompts as your ground truth. Let's do it for one first. I can use that. I know that. Const optimistic whatever optimistic likes set optimistic likes. Okay, use optimistic and initial likes. So this so le optimistic likes. We just give it 80. Oh, Zanin. Okay, we did something. Still inside the client, write your form handler function. When the button is clicked, first fire the optimistic trigger to instantly update the UI. Okay, still inside the client component, write your form handler. Cost handler likesいいのかな? Sure. 알겠죠? 보다 특구 오늘 특구 알겠죠? First fire the optimistic trigger to instantly update the UI using local memory. Still inside the client component, write your handler form. When the like button is clicked, मैं तितलियों के पीछे भागू एक परी की दास्तान रंगदार बानी मेरी गान मान लो भाई ऐसा तो मत करो मेरे साथ में to cheat about we can't tell wow 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 wow. Come on, yeah, like tomato use optimistic 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 message string. अरे बारह इतना सारा क्यों दे रहे हो? मेरे को तो वैसे नहीं याद आया था फॉर्म एक्शन. अरे वैसे मुझे तो वैसे भी नहीं आता तो क्या मतलब इतना इतना सारा क्यों देना? बारह कितने सारे देते हैं यार, क्या है समझ में और नहीं आता मुझे तो. आगे चो आगे चो आगे चो पता नहीं क्या है यार. Alright, you got that, you got that, you got that, you got that. Okay, string message, type a message. मेरे दिल का मैसेज बना दूंगा मेरे दिल कभी दम मुझे कितना तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे साथ हो जाएगी कसम तुझ किसने हंसने लगे हम अकेला. Bro, I'm so numbhead. I'm a numbskull. Call your important Next.js action increment passing it to blog ID. First, the optimistic trigger. Okay, set optimistic likes to optimistic likes +1. Okay, and then second, call your important Next.js server action increment likes. मैंने कहाँ से increment likes? Okay. Oh, use optimistic send. So that is my action. Increment live. So I need to import that. Oh, I need to import that. That too. Azu. Okay, sorry. मुझको इतना बता दे कोई increment likes. कैसे तुझसे इतना बता दे कोई रब्बा ने मेरे काका को मारा बहुत मारा मेरे काका ने आना बहुत मारा मेरे काका ने बहुत मारा मुझे बहुत मारा मुझे बहुत मारा. Passing it the block ID. Yeah. Oh. Form data. Passing in the block ID. Block ID, yeah. Block ID. From here. Argument of type string is not assignable to form data. Sorry. Argument of type string. How do you do this? Let's try not to ask everything. कर दूंगा तेरे अप्पा को अप्पा तेरे को अप्पा बना दूंगा तेरे को Cita Neki kira ho kuch Rabba rahega Neki kira ho kuch Rabba rahega मैंने पंखा नहीं चलाया आज। वाह मस्त मौसम हो रहा है, मतलब आज तो ये पंखा चल रहा था, मैंने बंद कर दिया। मज़ा आ रहा है, अभी कॉन्सेंट्रेट होगा मेरा। नेकी की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग, होठों में मेरे weapon. But I have 4 ones. Spoon feeding, I will architect the system. क्या है? Kira is not just a side project anymore. अरे क्या है ये? कहाँ चल गया तू? Actually, next 4 runs. The framework. Next.js app router, PostgreSQL, Trezor 1, PostgreSQL hosted on Neon into Cache edition. And Tailwind CSS instruct. Finalize. Before we write a single line of Next.js writing work, we must. अरे बहन जो पागल तो नहीं है। में हाँ तुझे बाहरों से पूछता, एक की राहों पे तू चल, रब्बा रहेगा संग, एक की राहों पे तू चल। बिल्ली किंडी मिट्टी की लिंडी। పిండికి లిండి ఏమన్నా చేసుకో. मिकी की राहों पे तू चल रब्बा रहेगा संग. मिकी की राहों पे तू चल रब्बा रहेगा तुम. अरे यार बहन, अरे यार पागल है क्या? क्या है ये यार? ये पागल है क्या ये बंदा? नेकी की राहों पे तू चल रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल रब्बा रहेगा तेरे संग. फोटो पे तेरे दिल में आ क्यों तू पहाड़ों पे पूछता. नेकी की राहों पे तू चल रब्बा रहेगा. रहेगा रे यार, रहेगा रे बारे. Treasure my studio, treasure my studio, studio. तरपुनों में ना 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 तेरे पुनों में तो ये बातों को मेरी बातों को आप ऐसे ना मोड़ तोड़ो मेरे तुंडी 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 पूंडी 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 तुंडी पूंडी मेरी बातों को आप ऐसे ना तोड़ो बातें मन है मंदिर मन मेरा इतना बता दे कोई कैसे तुझसे दिल लगाए कोई Why do I keep checking my email? I'm not gonna get any secret mails. Okay. I see exactly why TypeScript is showing an commit blocked and look at the blog.ts file. Your commit like server action is currently booked now. Form data object. Why? Because in the previous setup, that function was bolted directly to a HTML form. When a HTML form submits it automatically packages all its input into a form object and sends it to the server. Now, okay, look at the blog.ts. Your incoming like server action is currently programmed to accept the form data. Why? Because in previous setup that function was bolted directly. That function was bolted directly to a standard HTML form. Directly to a HTML standard form. Okay, HTML standard form. Standard form. Because why? Because in your previous setup that function was bolted directly to a standard HTML form. When an HTML form submits, it automatically packages all its inputs into a form data object. When an HTML form submits, it automatically packages. Okay, it automatically packages all its input into a form data object. Okay, and sends it to the server. Now look at your reaction buttons. Inside your handle likes function, you are calling increment likes block ID or passing it a simple text. Okay, TypeScript is violently rejected this. You cannot hand a raw string to a function that strictly demands form data. When you extract server actions into client component and trigger them manually via intermediate functions, you are treating them like an RPC remote procedure calls. You are no longer relying on the browser's native form submission behavior. When you extract server actions into client components and trigger them manually via intermediate functions. Okay, and trigger them manually via intermediate functions, you are treating them like a RPC remote procedure call. You are no longer relying on the browser's native form submission behavior. You must align the two sides of the bridge. You are 90% of the way there, but you have 3 architectural patches. Go to your blockchain, change the function signature to increment likes and dislikes. Change the function signature of increment likes dislikes. They should no longer ask for farm data. Farm data, they should ask for ID number. टिक भाई ओ भाई मारे भाई ID. ID नंबर. अब ID यहाँ से मिल रही है तो फिर इसको रखने की ज़रूरत क्या है? We're not keeping it anymore. We'll go for same. Okay, oh yeah. And oh my lord, oh my lord, Bumblebee. We're just expecting an ID now. Oh wow, I'm so intelligento. Sorry. Universidad. Just use the raw ID you passed. Look at the return statement in your reaction buttons. You successfully built the handle likes action bridge, but you never attached it to your. But it is still. It should be a string. Should be. तेरी बातों में मेरी बातों में. Increment block dislikes. Block dislikes अपन ID number हो गया ना. और यहाँ पर look at the return statement in your reaction button. But यहाँ पर भी form submission election में election हो गया. इलेक्शन हो गए बेटा. इलेक्शन में hey. Election. मैं तो तुम्हारे बाप को बोला था. मैंने तो तेरे बाप को बोला था. I should stop. To go block DS, change the function and comment and dislike. They should no longer ask for form data. They should ask directly for ID number or string depending on what your database schema demands. Inside the function, delete the form data. Okay, ID logic. Just use the raw ID you passed in. Write the front end event a trigger. Look at a written statement in your reaction buttons. TS file. You successfully built it. Handle likes action bridge. You never attached it to your button. Right now you have a naked. Why are you naked? Okay, sorry man. क्या कर रहा है पागल यार? पागल हो गया कर रे. Okay, sorry. Okay, what if it was a number? Oh yeah, that would make it no longer need us for 2 ID. We are no longer blog ID. Yeah, we making type string is not assignable to type number. You know what? We just make it a number. Why not just change the block ID to a number? Get a bloody hell. Type string is not assignable to type number. はい、ちょっと待って。何番じゃねえのかよ。何番でしょう。そうでしょう。Params. ID. Get blocked by ID. ID. Can't we just number it? Okay. Match. ちょっと待て。Okay, we make it a number. Okay. String fine. At least we won't have that. At least we not have that. Look at the written statement in your reaction button file. You successfully built a handle likes or action bridge, but you never attached it to your button. And to attach it, Mama, I'ma attach it using attach it type submit. Right now you have a naked type button submit since there is no form. No wrapping it in that by clicking it does nothing. Change that button filter to one click. Type is just call it to be a type of type is just a button. It's a button. Button is just a button. Button can be a button. You are so beautiful. You are so beautiful to me. On click handle likes only happens on the handling. We are handling it. No, we optimistic likes +1. Look at blog page.ts blog ID. Devalidate increment blogs likes. Blog likes. We get the ID. Go here. Got the ID. We got the ID, bro. Get blog ID. Blog ID should be a number. Oh, wait. db.update. Set.like. Blog likes. Plus blog.blogs likes. That's all. Change that button so it fires on click event. By click event, point that event to your function, to your handle like. Can it be just like that? No, just we'll do that. And just fire it. I'm gonna fire it so much. An optimistic state update occurred outside a transition or strike to fix. Move the update to an action or wrap it with transition start. Start transition. We're gonna transition, okay. And then we can have it. Oh, how do you even use that? Scope transition. How do you even use that start transition? Okay, I guess I used it over here like that. It uses something like this. Goes something like this, and since it is what happening that function from data submit. Start transition action happens. I think it should be optimistic like should go outside of it as I see it over here, but it can be inside of it as well. There is no a problem with that. It can be but I think I thinkまあちょっと、まあそうどうかな。That is my real. Oh. Now that is how you make it, boy. That feels fast. That is fast. That's fast. Since there is no rapping, okay. मेरी बातों को तुम मेरी याद आएगी तुम्हें इतनी याद आएगी अरे मेरा महबूब आया है मेरा महबूब आया बाहरों फूल बरसाओ मेरा महबूब आया है मेरा महबूब आया है क्या गंदे गाना आता है क्या गंदे गंदे गाने गाता है तू गंदा मिस्टर बैड I'm a bad guy I'm a bad guy mind control can you control a mind I'm a bad guy अब होगा हिसाब कुचड़ अब होगा हिसाब अब कर दूंगा हिसाब अब कर दूंगा अब कर दिया I'm a bad guy I'm a bad guy I'm a bad guy just a black guy look at your blog page.tsx file you rendered your new reaction buttons component but right it below you left the old static likes and dislikes button floating inside a form delete those static buttons and the wrapping form your new component completely takes over and execute the backend sorry go to the blog page delete the entire form second passing it blog ending host like and dislike buttons import your new reaction buttons so this name component and render it right when the array there in the JSX pass the L from the server down in like this Madam Brad guy I'm just a brad guy pass the data from the server down in the star pinchang tumpal panlak chicken entire farm import your new reaction component and render there pass the data from the down there do I need to make it 3 times ultimately dislikes okay this
like. Dislike. OK. This からでもいいですかね。Initial dislikes. Optimistic dislikes. Optimistic. तेरे बिन अब ना लेंगे कभी तुम तुझे कितना जाने लगे हम. Can I make it like this? Okay. I just dislikes. मैं तेरी बात करता हूँ तू मेरी बात करती है बनेंगे कभी तुम तुझे कितना जाने लगे हम optimistic just 1 by 2 increment likes like a number. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm just a bad guy. Sorry. You know, I like doing that every time. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I'm a number it first and blog it first. Ideas first. Do it all at once. Just I need to provide a wide any unnecessary increment dislikes, bro. It ain't no bro. It ain't nobody. Who am I talking to? I talk too much. Do I? You are so beautiful. You are so beautiful to me. You are so beautiful to me. I am yours and you're mine. It feels like it doesn't feel like anything. I just want a girlfriend, man. I just want a girlfriend. Girlfriend for the life. Girlfriend. 昔はね、ガールフレンド、昔はね、彼女のことをガールフレンドと言っていたの。言っていたんだって。昔だって。スピード。Sorry. But I am not sorry. I don't ask for money. All I ask for is love. Can you give me love? Can you give me love, my love? Oh, damn. Dislikes in. Did I do something wrong? Seems like it. I did make a mistake. It says on the Butter Creek. I did make a mistake over here. Oh yeah, okay, handle the strike. And then the strike. Nani? I did not. No. I did not make any mistake. Did I make a mistake? Not that I know of. Not really. Not for now. Sundiman. जब जब इस धरती पर पाप का घड़ा बढ़ेगा, है ना? पाप का घड़ा बढ़ेगा नहीं, बढ़ेगा। मैं आऊँगा तुझे ले जाने, तुझे ले जाऊँगा मैं उठा के। बस मेरा इंतज़ार कर, बस मेरा इंतज़ार कर, बस मेरा इंतज़ार कर। मेरा इंतज़ार ही तो करना है तुझे, मेरा इंतज़ार ही तो करना है तुझे। जितना करेगी मेरा इंतज़ार, उतना ही तो हो जाएगा तुझे मुझसे प्यार। नानी नानी तेनो नानी तेनो नानी तेनो नानी तेruのなんだって何のこと何があったとしても俺はここから離れない。俺な。まあこんなこともやがらいいんでしょう。そうでしょう。いいんでしょう。I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. तेरे बिन अपना लेंगे कभी दम. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. I was here before you. I was here before you. I was here before you. Ain't no way. Yes, you're just about to action and I'm instructor of a senior. You look anywhere and to the panel I don't land and see immediately. Knew the correct state pattern to defeat it. That is exactly how you become a crack developer. Secure the job. Took your offer. Secure that took your offer. The star button suffers from the exact same physical reality as the like buttons. When you click it, the phone waits for the next server to hit the PostgreSQL database in Singapore and wait for Boolean to flip and send the revalidated HTML back to your screen. Vengeance. Vengeance. Any interactivity, the star button suffers from the exact same physical reality as the like buttons. When you click it, the phone waits for the next year server to hit the PostgreSQL database in Singapore, wait for the Boolean to flip and send the revalidated HTML back to your screen. Any interactive element that toggles a frequent low-stake state like dislike, start, follow, bookmark. I must be optimistic in the modern web application. You already knew the engine. Apply the existing timeline you just mastered. Start toggle. Inside your corporate folder, pass the block ID and the initial star. मेरी ब्लॉग को बढ़ा दूंगा आईडी वाला Maybe I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. Just a bad guy. Just a bad guy. Why did you just make that your parents? Just make it a number, why not? You're gonna break something. Number is not assignable to TypeScript string. Just make it number. Do we receive a number though? One more. だって赤ちゃんどうやって使うの使い方がわかんなくて時間の問題なんだぜおい俺のこと見くびってんじゃねえぞほら俺のこと見くびってんじゃねえぞほらおい見くびんなおめえ見くびんなおめえ俺だってI'm a bad guy. Is it me or is it you? Can I be with you? Sent. Seems like that is not so cool. Not Johnny too. मेरा होना हर पल का कोना घटने यो जाने का हर पल का कोना है ये भगवान तेरा साथ साईनाथ तेरे हाथ साईनाथ तेरे हाथ जिसने तेरा नाम लिया जिसने तेरा नाम लिया तू भी उसके साथ読まないより別にそうに思ってんだ聞いたらすごいことになってるリプや引用があるべに返事したいところですどうぞ理由してくださいほんま祝 काश मेरे पास कुछ तो होता, काश मेरे पास कुछ ऐसा होता जिसे मैं अभी देखकर खुश होता। खुशी मेरे खुश होने में नहीं, खुशी तो मेरी आंखें मेरी नजरों के सामने तुझे होने से हंसी हो सकती है मेरे चेहरे पर, ये गम, ये मेरे दिल का गम, ये जख्म किसी को ना दिख पाए। कोशिश करता हूँ जितना हो सके उतना खुश रहूं, लेकिन ये उदासी कभी कभी लफ्जों में बयां हो जाती है, लफ्जों से मुंह से लफ्ज बनकर बाहर निकल ही जाती है। You just developed the exact extra Oh mierda! Mam, in chang ding lam ping tang bang, nari oh mierda! Ore no koto, mo wasurete iru no ka? Wasureta no ka? Ole omae ga kono yoru michi ni korogate ita koro no koto今も毎晩俺は考えている俺はお前俺はお前俺のमेरे यारा हाँ मेरे यारा हे मेरे यारा हाँ मेरे यारा dun 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 मेरे यारा मेरे यारा हे 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 मेरे यारा हाँ मेरे यारा मेरे याराアレックス口を開くな口を開くんじゃねえぞこらमेरे यारा हाँ मेरे यारा हे हे बेबी मेरे यारा हाँ मेरे यारा हे जब तक मिला हूँ तुम तक मिलूंगा तुम तक जाऊँ तुम तक मेरी हर दुश्वारी सोने आता हर दुश्वारी मत तुम तक मेरी हर होशियारी बस तुम तक मेरी इश्क खुमारी बस तुम तक मेरी इश्क खुमारी बस तुम तक मेरी इश्क खुमारी तुम तक मेरी तक जवानी तुम तक मेरी अकल जवानी तुम तक सोनिया तुम तक सोनिया हर दुश्वारी बस तुम तक मेरी हर होशियारी तुम तक इश्क खुमारी बस तुम तक इश्क खुमारी बस तुम तक इश्क खुमारी तुम तक मेरी नमारी तुम तक तक टिंग टंग चिंग टंग नंग नी नंग पिंग टंग नी टंग ऊ चिंग नंग ठिंग याओ बिट ठिंग नी टंग नंग नु चन नी ठिंग नी ठिंग दा तुप ठिंग दा रुतना हर दुश्वारी बस तुम तक optimistic I don't even need to give it a type. It's by default. It's oh wow. तेरी नज़रों का तेरी बाहों में I might not mean it. Wildlife ว่าใครชำมาพ่อไว้แล้วว่าใคร3 티ksham을 배도와요 리스타뭐 티알아야다마 잠만이야 달라다마 달리가 땀시는다고라 음식은 들어야하다 몰라요 마 있나 열래요 전니가 끝내요 맞아요 몰라요 뭐 진짜 쉽네요 맞아요 뭐야 이거야 뭐 이렇게 몰라 아리마토 तुझको इतना बता दूंगा मैं कैसे तुझसे इतना बता दूंगा मैं पता नहीं क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं कुछ तो बोल रहा हूँ कुछ तो कर रहा हूँ मैं रब्बा ने तुझको बनाने में टूगल जाना कितना toggle the wrap your toggle server inside along with your optimistic trigger. 핑계쳐 와라 핑계쳐 고와 더와 시다 폭탄 바를 튀긴 듯한 뭐 그랬는지 폭파 척포 시발 What is that? Actions. Do I have to look at? Look at actions. Look at this. Look at this, my boy. Ain't no way I am doing it. You can. Yeah. We toggle the star first. We toggle the star. I'm sorry. Toggle star is saying blog. We find the blog first. Get the blog by ID. You find up. Sorry. We get the ID of the blog. We just update it. We dedicate it. We got that blog from our where? From our power painting the nangal open which in tongue ting pong ting and nangan but I got changing go. I got jaw. 그랬어. 가리그 빨리 야 여러분 안녕하세요 여러분 Toggle star 치키타라 파타기자 땡기치다 파강 뿌리키치다 पता नहीं क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं I have no idea what I'm when you sound like it's not the perfect thing 볼락 친데요 버전이 있네요 저는 뭐 있잖아 내가 참 부시더라 무슨 부시더라 표현을 시키는 바라라 바깥다 표현을 시키는 바라라 나는 이텐다 때문에 나는 쓴다 때문에 I just do it but my blog ideas my ideas blog any ID blog star actually blog ID it is going to be blog ID my boy hey boy it is going to be blog ID not the ID that you think but we have the other now that is why we are getting an error oh wait so wait 잠깐만 시던 뭐 말라 야 빨리 야 뭐가 됐다야 말랑이 땡겼냐 뭐가 저 프리스는 엄마가 빅당 있잖아 팔라쳐 달라보다 sao क्या बोल रहा भाई 일단 있나 뭐가 전망이나 뭐가 돈발 없다니까 뭐가 피나 이렇게 몰라 toggle star toggle バカチナToggle star Toggle star like a star I can toggle your star You can toggle my star Let's toggle all stars Let me toggle your star You just think of me and What do you think of me? What do you think of me? What you think? You should not think, 'cause I'm not what you think. والله استمع بقى تتسمع بقى تطلع شلنا بطلع sorry मैं क्या बोल रहा है मैं तो कुछ भी नहीं बोला हमसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा लगता है हो हमसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा लगता है star did you not do it did you not star toggle हम तो पागल हो जाएंगे ऐसा लगता है क्या था यार sorry I'm sorry start toggle then we need some of these props ID number なんだけど property star is missing and type あそうなんだよねそうなんだチャンチンチャン I'm Shang-Chi what if I was a Shang-Chi Damn, that would have been so cool. I want to be a Shang-Chi. Can you be my Shang-Chi? Shang. We Shang Chung Pisham Bong. Oh, sorry. हमसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा लगता है अरे हम तो पागल हो जाएंगे ऐसा लगता है वो तेरे प्यार में तेरे इंतजार में वो तेरे प्यार मेंなんかさなんか薄くねそうですねなんかそれまあ遅いんだよてめえなんだよなんだよ何があったとしても Sorry I'm just a bad guy I'm a bad guy Can I be a bad guy? Can I be a bad guy? Can I be your guy? Hey girl, can I be your guy? A bad guy. I'm a very bad guy. I'm a god guy. I'm a god guy. I'm so bad that I can't. I become sad. はいそうなんだ Why not just make it a star? Let's just look for a star 欲しい何が欲しい欲しいが欲しいんだ欲しいなんちゃよなんだこの星こんな星いらねえぞおめえら Okay. What am I saying? What can I get a grayscale? Gray star emoji. Hey, what's up? What does? Nah, yeah. Okay, can I just get it? Yeah. Nope. Why not just make it? Why not just not make it? Why should I wait? I should but I think that was stand up. But like, no. 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 Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I got that, but that looks so ugly. Why just make it a little while. We should let me do that somewhere. How about this thing, you know? Play law. Sorry. No. I guess that looks cool. And you know what? You make that, I make that, you make that, we become. All I need from you. Boom. Wala ina. What is? Wala ina. Baka tayo. Oh, what is that for you? We don't like that. We do not need that. Ishtang chintang pintang chitang. Pilai tindo. Nani tinatime. Jesus is king. Na ebbe. Pilai standeta. Pare. Tumblita. Burgefa. Kinda lame, no. It's fine. I think it's alright. We got what we needed. Star. Can we like a star? A moon? Oh, we have a few more. We do not need that. We'll just use whatever we have. That looks alright. That looks alright. Boom, pa, boom, pa, 팔리. 근데 그래. lindy.com. lindy.com there. Field select ID of likes blogs. Where blog ID limit. Error field query select ID. Await blog. Get blog by ID. Await blog. blog page. Blog. どういうこと？どういうこと？ Number. Get the number. Chấm đọc tính đó. Cái bản number. Just make it. Make it lol. Blog. Wait, get. What should I do it? Should I not do it? Let's like bad. Ôi chào ri. Nani tina. Nani sunda the man. Wait a minute, like we click that and we go to this. Oh, works. Pindy boy from Pindy style. Let's make all these unliked, okay? These are unliked. Grayscale. 알겠죠? 난 껐어. False. Why not you come here? Like, you know, can I just watch you? Can I just Can I just move you here? Oh, I can actually. हमसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा लगता है, अरे हम तो पागल हो जाएंगे, ऐसा लगता है प्यार में. That should not make any difference. Difference by mean I all. I got a message from someone. Let me look at it. हमसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा मुझसे पूछो बातें करना कैसा बता हम तो पागल हो जाएंगे तेरे इंतजार में तेरे इंतजार में मेरे यारा मेरे यारा मेरे यारा なんじゃこれ That's just a view, right? I didn't change anything. That's just a view. そうだね。मैं तो नहीं हूँ इंसान में गच 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 अंका हाय और पिंडी लेंडी Ma, what can you do, man? What can you do? Hey, what can you do, man? What can you do? Okay, we just made it, and we changed a few things. Oh, so Dani, I'm just here. I'm just here to be with you. What's up, love? Hey, love. Hi, love. Hey, love. Pindy the Lindy. Just learning stuff, okay? Not so advanced. Just. Mere yara. Yeah, the Mira. I don't have a friend. Well, I forgot. I ain't got no friend. Receive loud, clear, completely out the table for now. My god, fucking damn it, you fucking fuck. Loud and clear. Look closely at star toggle. You made two critical mistakes. Completely neutralize the hook. Yeah, that is. I knew it. I didn't make a mistake. That's why. Doesn't feel that fast. You extracted wired correctly. Look closely at the start. You made two critical mistakes. Look at on 12, line 12. Boldiger. I'm a bold digger. Bold digger. Okay. Const use false. You hard-coded false into the engine. If a user loads a block that is already stored, the server sends down true. When they click the button, your optimistic state will completely ignore reality and try to flip a hard-coded false. Okay, fix that. Star. ちょっと待ちたまえ。いますと。तेरे मस्त मस्त दो नैन मेरे दिल का ले गए चैन मेरे दिल का ले गए चैन तेरे मस्त मस्त दो नैन ताकते रहते तुझको सांझ सवेरे नैनों मेंまあちょっとなんだよお前シャレにならないわ。And is that fast? Like, Doesn't seem fast at all. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Fast. Sorry, but that is fucking fast. It's so fast. I feel so fast. Okay, sorry. Pindi Sunday. That is fast. Hey. You successfully creating optimistic star variable that updates in 0 milliseconds, but you never actually put it on the screen. You told React to render. What is Snowman? Hi, Snowman. Don't cry, Hi, what's up? What's up, Snowman? But you never actually put it on the screen. You told React to render the slow star prop coming from the server. Replace star with optimistic star inside your Jira exit the operator. I did that. You type the Next.js parameters like params, param ID number. Here is the immutable. I see the exact. Snowman-san, 日本人ですか？日本人なんですか？ Oh my lord, my back. Okay. Here is the immutable architectural rule of web. What do you want to do? Nothing. I'm just. Ah, 日本人なんですよね。I'm just making a website actually. I mean, I'm learning Next.js. Hi, I'm learning Next.js, so I was making a project, like it's a mini project that I'm making just to learn Next.js. Hi. Ching tang ni lambat tang ni tampak tiki sorry this yo. Sorry. Okay, here is the immutable architecture. Why? Hi, here is the immutable architecture rule of the web URLs or always text. Web URLs are always text. Next.js strictly enforces this. When a user visits block 8, the 8 is extracted from the URL as a string, not an integer. そうなんだ。Shit. Okay, sorry. String. Oh, sorry. That makes it like that. Shit. That ain't cool, man. What is this blog ID? Why not just make you number? Why did I make a number, man? Huh? No errors? Hi,
Next.js strictly enforces this. When a user visits block 8, the 8 is extracted from the URL as a string, not an integer. Next.js expects the params interface to only contain strings. Because you try to force it to be a number inside the function signature, TypeScript is throwing a structural conflict error. Change the ID to and when you need it to be number when passing it to get block ID or your hand component, wrap it with native method exactly like you did on line 8. Like line 8. Okay, which code editor are you using? VS Code なんですよ。VS Code. I'm using VS Code. ねえ、待ってね。Don't cry, no snowman. Oh, wait a minute. Can you be the man? Young Kai. Young Zang Ching Dang Ling Dang Bing Dang. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm weird, I know. The fix the patterns type page should the next stop yelling at you. Always optimistic. Fix it relation actually. 방이돼요. 썸었다야나. 빨리 빨리. Fix the variable being rendered inside your button. Hey. Fix the variable being rendered inside your button. Inside my button. Fix the variable being rendered inside my button. Hey, どういうこと? Don't cry in a snowman. Okay, we're done with it. Okay, like everything works fine. Small big dreams. Big dreams. Small brrrr. That is so fast. Fast as fast. Fast as foofly. Okay, that is that and that is that. Agababulla. Okay, let's learn. This is the cleaner and more efficient. Instead of fetching all rows and discarding some in JavaScript, we let the database return only the rows we need. The current code for the application is we don't care about that. Migrations. Okay, let me see like where was I last time? Yeah, okay. Migrations. The next thing we want to add to our app is the possibility for users to log in. For that, we naturally need a new database table to save the users. We also need to make the change. Okay, we also need to make the change to the nodes table since we would like to associate each node to its creator. Nodes table since okay, before we make these changes, let us take a closer look at database migrations, a concept we briefly touched when we first set up the database. You're smoking? No, I do not smoke. What? No, I don't smoke. Tabako suwanai desu. 生まれた時から一回もタバコを吸ったことないんですよ。なんでなぜでしょうか。なぜこんな質問をしたんでしょうか。The next thing we want to add to our app is the possibility for users to log in. For that, we naturally need a new database table to save the users. We also need to make a change to the nodes.
nodes table, since we would like to associate each node to its creator. Before we make these changes, let us take a closer look at database migrations. A concept we briefly touched when we first set up the database. Do you smoke? Snowman, do you smoke? Do you smoke? I don't smoke. Hi. A migration is a version controlled change to the database schema. Every time you add a table, remove a column, or change a data type, that change is captured as a migration. Migrations serve two purposes. They provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database, and they keep a history of how the schema has evolved over time. Oh. How old are you? Snowman さん。年齢を聞いてもいいですか？いいですか？ How long have you been programmed? That's you, Akshay. Akshay, come on. That's you, right? How long have I been programmed? Okay. 7 months? 7 months ka now. Hi. February, March, April, May, June, July, August. 7 months. Hi. It's the 8th month, so I'm not gonna count this month, but in my country we call it Banga. Oh, where you from? I asked you that. Where you from? I thought you were a Japanese guy. I was trying to ask you questions in Japanese, but you're not, I guess. Banga? Banga. Banga. Cigarette. I don't know, right? Cigarette. Never done. Banga. Namona. Banga. Is Mon there? Is Mon secretly legally in the Banga? Banga cigarettes. Banga cigarettes from Binga. Where you from? Sorry. Hi. Okay. A migration is a version controlled change to the database schema. Every time you add a table, okay, like a version control change to the database schema. Every time you add a table, remove a column, or a change a data type, that change is captured as a migration. Migrations serve two purposes. They provide a repeatable. Migrations serve two purposes. They provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database. They provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database, and they keep a history of how the schema has evolved over time. One is the history, just like Git. One is the history that it keep, and the other one is like provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database. Provide a repeatable way.
Without migrations, you would need to manually run SQL statements like create table or alter table on every environment. This is error prone and impossible to track in version control. With migrations, the schema changes live alongside your application code in the Git repository. Without migrations, you would need to manually run SQL statements like create table, alter table on every environment. This is error prone and impossible to track in version control. When do they call Siva break? Banga banga. Banga なんですよね。Risco daanige gala small tapper banga. Sigaretta. नानी ये भाई ये तो गलत है भाई बांगा बूंगा पागल बना रहा है कौन है भाई तेरी माँ का पागल बनाता तेरी माँ का पागल बनाता मुझे तेरी माँ की मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी गलत नहीं बताना मुझे भाई बांगा बांगा Banga banga. Okay, sorry. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy with that dick. Okay, sorry. I'm just a guy with the small big dick dreams. Small big dick dreams. मैंने जो सोचा था मैंने तो सोच लिया है मैं तो जाऊंगा वहां पर जहां मेरा नाम है You guys can hear that, right? मैंने तो सोचा था तूने भी सोच लिया क्या मैंने भी सोच लिया रे बेटे Sorry. I'm just Yoksh. I'm a Yoksh. Yoksh is not a person. Hey, Yoksh is not a person. Yoksh is it's a memory. Yoksh is a memory. Hi. It's a memory. Io ciao a tapping dalla palla Indokion Indokion Just so that day Sorry मैंने तो सोच लिया है कि मैं तो जा रहा हूँ
भैया क्या गंदे गंदे सवाल पूछ रहा है. How long have you been programmed?
Seven months. Come on, Akshat, stop it. No, you know, like, come on, Akshat, stop it. It's you, I know. It's you, Akshat, man. Come on, a migration is a wonder. That, come on, man. Like, how many times are you gonna read that? A migration is a version control change to database schema. Every time you add a table, remove a column, or change a data type, that change is captured as a migration. Migrations have two purposes. One, provide a repeatable way. Migrations have two purposes. They provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database. They provide a repeatable way to apply schema changes to the database, and they keep a history of how the schema has evolved over time. Without migrations, you would need to manually run SQL statements like create table or alter table on every environment. This is error prone and impossible to track and version control. With migrations, the schema changes live alongside your application code in the Git repository, and they can be applied automatically during the deployment. Okay, sorry. With migrations, the schema changes live alongside your application code in the Git repository, and they can be applied automatically during deployment. When we first set up Drizzle, we run two commands. Drizzle kit generate. Come on, like, of course. The first command, drizzle kit generate, compares the current TypeScript schema. Okay, like, the first command, drizzle kit generate, compares the TypeScript schema in dbschema.ts against the previously generated migrations, and produce a new SQL migration file in the drizzle directory. If we look at the directory, we will find something like this. Something like a deuce. I've been programming for 7 months. Seven. The file 000 indeed CaptainAmerica.sql. What's up, Captain America? I don't know. Oh, Iron Man. Elite Iron Man. Oh, I like Iron Man. Captain America. Thoo. Iron Man. Yeah, wow. The file 00 neat, not neat, but elite Iron Man SQL contains the actual SQL that was generated from a schema. Baraboom, barabom, barak bomb. Sorry. The meta directory contains metadata. So the version 7 PostgreSQL elite Iron Man. But that's me. I'm talking about me. Iron Man. I'm an Iron Man. I'm an Island Man. Island Man. I learned man. Okay, I learned man. The meta directory contains metadata that DrizzleKit uses to track which migrations have been generated. Okay, now the meta directory contains metadata that DrizzleKit uses to track which migrations have been generated and what the schema looked like at each point. To keep track of which migrations have been generated and what the schema looked like at each point.
I'm a bad guy. Oh, like column, tables, name, blocks, schema, columns, ID, title, author, URL, likes, dislikes, dyslexia. I have dyslexia. I'm dyslexical. I'm a lexical environment. This second command, drizzle-kit migrate, connects to database. Okay, connects to database and executes any migration. The second command, drizzle-kit migrate, connects to the database and executes any migration files that have not yet been applied. It executes any migration files that have not yet been applied. Drizzle tracks which migrations have been run by storing their identifiers in a special table called drizzle migrations in the database. Drizzle tracks which migrations have been run by storing their identifiers in a special table called drizzle migrations in the database. This way, running drizzle-kit migrate multiple times is safe. It only applies new migrations. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. बैंक चूतिया बनाते हैं चूतिया कौन है चूतिया बनाने वाला साले तेरी कान पे मारूंगा लात बांगा बांगा करता है इधर बांगा बांगा करता है इधर भाग जा जाते हैं भागने जाते हैं साले बांगे बांगे कर रहा है बांगे बांगे कर रहा है इधर बांगे टांगे नहीं करने का इधर इधर नहीं है बेटे मैं उन्हें बहुत कामयाब इंसान बनना चाहता हूँ अभी तक बहुत सपने देखे बहुत कामयाबी की छोटी झूमना चाहता हूँ बस एक बार उसके लिए मुझे मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी और मैं मेहनत करता हूँ और मैं करता रहूँगा जब तक उस चोटी की चोटी ना पकड़ लूं शिखर. The second command, drizzle-kit migrate, connects to the database and executes any migration files that have not yet been applied. Executes any migration files that have not yet been applied. Drizzle tracks which migrations have been run by storing their identifiers in a special table called drizzle migrations in the database. This way, running drizzle-kit migrate multiple times is safe. It only applies new migrations. The workflow for a schema change is always the same. Modify your TypeScript schema in app db schema.ps schema. Okay, like workflow for a schema change is always the same. Modify your TypeScript schema in app db schema.ts run npx drizzle kit generate to create a new migration file. Review the generated SQL to make sure it looks correct. Run npx drizzle kit migrate to apply the migration to your database. The third step is important. Always check what result generated before running it against your database. Result does it best to infer the correct SQL, but especially with destructive changes, dropping columns, renaming tables, you should verify the output. Result does it best to infer the correct SQL, but especially with destructive changes, dropping columns, remaining tables, renaming tables. You should verify the output. Okay, deploy on Versa already did, and I do not want to make another one, which is like sorry. Replace the hard-coded in-memory block list with a PostgreSQL data. Base create a version Postgres new database. Configure the data URL local file and add to GitHub to get ignored. Install Drizzle ORM and set up the schema, database connection, and Drizzle config files. Install Drizzle ORM and set up the schema and database connection and Drizzle config files following the same pattern used in the Notes app, and define a blogs table with columns for ID, title, author, URL, and likes. Generate and apply the migration. Update the service function to use. Update this function to use the database instead of the in-memory array. Verify that creating a new blog works correctly both locally and on Vercel. On Vercel, I did not try that. Yeah. Well, I'm not have to, but I will try. Okay. It's not that I'm not. I'm a bad guy. I'm just a bad guy. Sorry. मुझे मुझ में कहीं बाकी थोड़ी सी है जिंदगी. अरे मैं इसको तैयार ऑन ही करना ना. दिल मेरा चाहता है अंगूरी मस्ती में, प्यार की मस्ती में, लहरों की मस्ती में, पवन को चूम चूम के, पवन को चूम. अरे क्या गाना है गंदा था. गम से दूर प्यार की मस्ती में, लहरों की मस्ती में, तक तक तेरे नैने, गम से दूर प्यार की मस्ती में, लहरों की मस्ती में, प्यार दो प्यार दो प्यार दो प्यार दो बदलने लगी है हवाओं में मुझको बदल दूं, तुझको बदल दूंगा मैं हवाओं से, हवाओं में बहे जो फ़ज़ाओं में रहे वो, तू बरखा मेरी मैं तेरा बादल पिया, हज़ारों में किसी को तकदीर ऐसी मिली हो एक रांझा और हीरे जैसी, मजा नहीं बताना कि चाहे है मिटाना, कलंक नहीं इश्क हूँ बादल पिया, कलंक नहीं इश्क हूँ बादल पिया, पिया 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 रे पिया प्यारे 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 tergang पे मारे गलत tergang पे मारे गलत tergang पे मारे गलत
use optimistic hook and तेरा मेरा जहाँ ले चलूँगा मैं वहाँ को मुझको ना तुझसे मिला ले तेरी आँखों में मैं खोलूँ तो के ना मैं तुझको ना मुझसे चुरा लूँ मैं तो अंधेरों में भी उजाला बनकर मैं अंधेरों में भी उजाला बनकर आऊँगा तुझे ले जाऊँगा डोली में बैठा के कंधे पर उठा के तुझे ले जाऊँगा डोली पर बैठा के कंधे पर उठा के तुझे ले जाऊँगा This page couldn't load.どういうことなんだよ This page could not load. Oh, we're gonna do something about that in the next episode of Pindi blogs in the making. Hi. Till then, bye bye, have fun and do some Pindi blogs. Let's go. तुझे ले जाऊंगा उठा के मैं तो okay, bye bye, have fun, bye bye. Bye.